officials for this event. Representing the International Skating Union, please welcome the referee of the event, Mr. Egna. The panel of judges. Judge number 1, Ms. Chong Chen, Republic of Korea. Judge number 2, Ms. Monica Lopez Camara, Andorra. Judge number 3, Ms. Uta Lipa, Germany. Judge number 4, Ms. Pernilla Vilju, Finland. Judge number 5, Ms. Denise Galanda, Switzerland. Judge number 6, Ms. Yoko Kuno, Japan. Judge number 7, Mr. Marco Butarelli, Italy. Judge number 8, Ms. Yulia Shumova, Georgia. And judge number 9, Ms. Tatiana Yordanova, Bulgaria. Please welcome the technical panel, the technical controller, Ms. Lisa Yelina. The technical specialist, Mr. Ted Kubichka. And Ms. Crystal Gordy.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Gdansk and the final day of competition of the Baltic Cup. I'm your host, Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanratty. Now, today we have the men's free program coming up and then the free dance following that, of course. Let's talk a little bit about the men.
Yeah, 30 men will take part in the men's free skate. And just 3 points separate the top 3 competitors after the short program. But last week at the Solidarity Cup, we saw lots of movement after the free skate, and we look forward to seeing an exciting event to come.
Yeah, probably the strongest men's event that we've seen on the Junior Grand Prix so far, but so unpredictable. The men's free program starts right now. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Gdansk, day 3, the final day of competition here on the second week of the Junior Grand Prix. I'm your host, Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanratty. Mark, we're looking forward to the men's free program, and then following that, we'll see the free dance.
Yes, 30 men will compete in the men's free skate, and then 17 dance teams, so almost 50 performances to look forward to today in the Halal Olivia Arena.
Yeah, we're live inside the facility here as we take a look at the officials for this event. And once again, we do want to thank all of our officials from around the world who've spent many years getting to this stage as we take a look at the technical panel as well. We thank them for their time. They have to take time away from their family or time away from work it's a vacation time, if you will, to come to these events to officiate. We thank them for all their expertise and all their time they give to the sport. As we take a look at the start order for the junior men's free skating program, there are 30 skaters, as Mark mentioned. And, of course, a wide variety of skill level. Mark?
Yeah, there will be lots of different planned program contents attempted. So some of the skaters will be early development stages with double jumps and right on through to the assumption of quadruple jumps that we will see in the final flight as we look there to see Takeru Amini Katais, who is the Japanese skater, with the lead after the short program.
Well, that was a great, we'll talk a little bit about the women's event yesterday. That was just awesome. There were 48 women, 8 groups, and we got down to the last 3 groups with really strong skating. In fact, let's start with the first couple of groups. We had talked about the disparity in access to facilities and off-ice and training and whatnot, and so the skill level was significantly different, of course. But I thought those early groups skated really, really well for themselves. For what they were able to do and their list of their elements, they skated excellent.
Yeah, there were lots of clean performances. The term clean, I don't know if everybody...
For themselves.
Clean for themselves, and we reference clean meaning jumps landed that were attempted and hoped for. And so we saw that maybe through the first couple of groups, and then you could start to see...
Yeah, it started to drop off the middle way through, and there were some really challenging groups. And then the final 3 groups, they were strong skating and some brilliant performances in the last 2 groups.
Yeah, really brilliant. And I think what is exciting to see is, in the women's event, we're starting to see more triple axel attempts, and we saw quad toe attempts from Mia Khan from the United States of America.
Oh, two quad toes actually were valued, a little under-rotated, but swish on the landings.
Yes, and that's the future we have to assume. We've seen more and more quadruple jumps attempted on the junior circuit. The middle group, maybe the penultimate group and the third from last group, we're starting to see so many more clean performances with up to 7 triple jumps. And as the sport develops and progresses, then we can start to push boundaries in other ways, and hopefully the program component scores will really be...
It's true. A few of them are going to do the triple axels and the quads, but more of them are doing the 7 triple jump programs, which are really just as dynamic, and we're seeing some high-level innovation and creativity in their performances as well. Not with everyone, but with a number of them. So the juniors, in essence, as a group, are getting stronger.
And for me, in the women's free skate yesterday, it was interesting to see there were some very obvious attempts to embrace the new program component scores. Mm-hmm. We've not talked about it as readily since the first couple of events, but this year the judges now have gone from previously using 5 program component scores, now down to 3, and the intention behind that by the International Skating Union is to allow judges more time to focus on those 3 components. They are composition, presentation, and skating skills, and we're starting to see a little bit more variation and deviation in the numbers being awarded, and I think that's good stuff.
And further to that point, there is no officials assessment commission which used to value or which used to analyze the statistics of the judges' scores, and then there was a certain range if you're too far above or too far below, and they were looking for national bias, et cetera, et cetera. They've removed that for this 1 year only so that the judges were encouraged to not feel they had to fit into a medium. And and we're seeing, not always, not in all cases for sure, but we are seeing a stretch in those 3 components that reflects more on what the skaters are doing.
And it's interesting when we look at the results following the event and we can scrutinize and look a little deeper as to what's happened. I think it's quite exciting to see bigger variation, and it's wonderful that the OAC is in place to help educate the judges and to help make sure that there aren't any oddities happening. But equally, I think in this instance, while the system is being tweaked and played with and changed a little bit for the advancement of the sport, it's good that judges won't have to worry so much about going with their gut a little bit more in regards to this new criteria.
Yeah, there's a happy medium somewhere, making sure there is a body that's evaluating the officiating, and at the same time the officials feeling that they have the freedom to judge the way the criteria allows them to and encourages them to do it, but then the assessment sort of discourage them to do it. So there's a happy medium in there somewhere.
And from my understanding, the OEC is still in place for examples of national guys.
Yes.
So that in itself is great. There's still an awareness of making sure there's not any unfair play.
And I can assure you, because I've been involved with this long enough, is that the effort that is made by the ISU is in the best interest of the athletes and the officials and the sport itself. But it's complicated because this sport is not clocked.
No.
It does have human judgment in it. So, but it's improved, getting better all the time. And I love the fact that the system was built in such a way that it could be tweaked, as you said, and adjusted as the skaters demand it, because they change it because they reach certain high levels, right?
And it'll be interesting to see. Now, for me, it was very fascinating to see Min-Sol Kwon from Korea, I think 13-year-old, skated to the Cats piece in her free skate. Now, for me, I'm not as much of a fan of the music from Cats as maybe Miss Saigon, who the winner, Amy Nakai. Yeah, there you go. Did a bit vocal there.
Yeah.
But that, and I also thought that Amy Nakai's skating skills were better than the Korean Min-Sol Kwon. But in regards to her presentation and composition, the way she executed that piece was really, really great. And I think the judges went for it and were able to reward something that was...
First of all, I like cats.
Okay.
The real cats, four-legged cats. No, and I like the musical. I love the musical. But to her program, I thought it was a brilliant choice because of the story and because of cats, she had a lot more content, if you will, in performance. Okay, stop the cats conversation. Let's get going here on the men's free program.
And the first man to start the men's free skate here on this final day of competition from Kyrgyzstan, 17-year-old Daniel Petrenko.
Well, this is Daniel's very first Junior Grand Prix event. It's wonderful to see a skater from Kyrgyzstan here in the men's event. As we talked about the skills, there's lots of work still yet to be done, but he will skate the free program to Warcraft and Times Change by Russell Brower.
Daniel Petrenko from Kyrgyzstan opens the third day of competition here in Gdansk.
You know, Mark, as I was watching Danielle, I was thinking back to when I started skating. And I completely can feel what Danielle was feeling here. Because when you're just starting out and you're a strong, young, strapping young man and you've got all this power, and then you start to pick up figure skating, which, by the way, looks so easy, but you're finding out it's so hard. It's a foreign feeling, completely a foreign feeling with your body. You don't know where to put your body, how to do it. It's a strange world, and you're exploring that world, kind of like the Warcraft world that he was skating to. You're wondering, how do others do it? And then there's a process of self-discovery. And every time out, you have a little victory, you want more. And Danielle's at this perfect stage in his career when he's just starting to feel how challenging this sport is. And he's jumping here as we see the axle, the arms go back, and he's tried the double axle. That was actually a pretty good attempt.
Better than the short program.
Yeah, it was. And so, but then he'll sit down and he'll watch these other skaters. He's going, well, how can they do it so easily? And I'm feeling it so difficult. I completely remember that. It's just hours and hours and hours of work and detail. And then you start to say, oh, okay, that's not as hard as I thought it was if I do this. So he's early on in the process of discovery of how to figure skate, and you can see that.
Yes, and what I thought was good in Daniel's skating is a fairly good equality across his skating and his transitional content and his jumping. He's not just pushing for triples at an earlier stage than is necessary. He had nice hydroglide, good spread eagle. There was content throughout all the transitions. It wasn't just bare of transitional content. Just, as you say, early development, still processing.
Yeah, it's great. He's got a smile in the kiss and cry, and he's, he's engaging with his coach, and he enjoyed that experience. He wasn't intimidated because there are other skaters, that are much stronger in this event. He was on his own pathway to discovery, and that takes a lot of courage.
So much courage, and as we've discussed before, more courage to come here and perform. He'll have had a practice this morning. We saw other men in this group who are landing triple lutzes, and so great courage to go out and deliver his best.
Daniel Petrenko, congratulations, 36.70. Welcome into the world of Junior Grand Prix skating, 56.05 for the competition. Of course, Daniel is the first skater out in this competition. It's a great sport. It's a hard one. You have to work hard.
Next to skate, representing Andorra, Raul Garcia.
And the next skater in this men's free skate competition is 14-year-old Raul Garcia Shivanskaya from Andorra.
Yeah, 29th after the short program. Very first Junior Grand Prix event as well, just like Danielle, and takes to the ice to skate the free program to Nothing Else Matters.
14-year-old Raul Garcia Shibinskaya from Andorra.
You know, Mark, this is the perfect example, sort of the next stage.
Yes.
You know, we saw early on with Daniil Petrenko from Kyrgyzstan, really at the early stages of skating, and this young man now has some experience and an understanding of the basics of skating, the basic techniques of jumping and spinning. Not refined yet, I say, because that'll take time, but building the basics, and so that's sort of the next phase.
Yes, and you can see Raul Garcia just has a little bit more comfort than Daniil.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually thought there was a good knee action. He had good use of his knees and his ankles and his basics. You can see in that change of edge, this flow that we didn't see necessarily yet. And this, the triple Sacco attempt at the beginning of the program. And that was under-rotated in the short program, so better here despite the step out.
Yeah, and that was really, good mechanics and good technique on the takeoff as he gets great speed coming down here double lutz, not a problem. Just a little stiff in the knee and just the basics of quality. The double axel looks to be all the way around under-rotated actually in the judging system. But the basic mechanics and technique on the takeoffs are pretty good. As he backs up over the toe pick, no problem, into a double toe loop. But you can see the arms are crunched in a little bit. The legs are they're not stretched out, and pointed toes, those little things like that. But that will come in time.
This was a highlight for me. This was the choreo sequence. That's so difficult to do that Ina bar in a straight line, and then the knee slide, and finishing off with an outside spread eagle, which requires a certain level of turnout that demonstrates some natural ability from Raul.
I bet you could do a good Ina bar, right?
My hips were a little better at it a few years ago. They want to play sometimes. I have to warm them up enough.
Well, God, I saw you doing the full splits in Courchevel, and I'm going, wow, okay, can't do that. Break.
By
snap.
Egna next week, I want full split then.
Oh, yeah, I'll work on that, right?
So Raul Garcia will be able to get the feedback from the technical panel, two technical specialists, technical controller, a group of three, looking at the performances from a higher perspective, just to be able to see what's happening down below with the 11 elements in the men's free skate.
Yeah, good job by Raul. Just time and refinement is going to greatly improve the overall performance. 56.46 for Raul Garcia Shibinskaya, first in the free program. First, also overall with an 86.85. Yeah, nice job.
Next to skate, representing Romania,
And the next skater is 18-year-old Christian Stefan Niner, 28th after the short program.
Trains in Oakville, Ontario. Coach Kathy Zahakas, and choreography by Lance Vipon. Skate the free program this morning to La Boheme by Puccini. Well, you know, Mark, here's another example of a skater, or here is an example of a skater who is wealthy in facilities and opportunity. This young man trains at one of the largest skating clubs in Canada, the Oakville Skating Club, run by Joni McPhail, who's a good colleague of mine, so I know her very well. And Bruno Marcotte teaches there as well, and I don't know, they have a staff of of hundreds, right? And so there's just thousands of skaters at that club. So surrounded by lots of ice time, off ice programs, and young skaters. Great posture with this young man, strong back, which really helps him throughout this program.
And interesting to hear that information as to Christian Stefan's training environment, and that gives us an understanding of the good flow that he has here, and the opening triple toe, and nice technique, like
soft knees too.
Really good flow on the drop three turn. Here, the second of the two triple toes, not as successful, but both Salcho's in the program again. Such ice coverage throughout the takeoff and good flow.
That straight, strong back. If you watch the shoulders, just watch the upper body. Okay, not on that one, but if you watch the back, it's really good for presentation as well, and posture, body line, the aesthetics. But more importantly, on the jumps is so important as he reaches, does some nice edge work here, and I don't know how much time he skates. I don't know what his schedule is, but he has a lot of facilities and a lot of options in that club. And we talked about this. How interesting would it be as a study, like scientists, to put all these skaters at different levels in the same environment and see what would happen.
Good job from Christian Stefan and his team. And I'm sure as we move ahead in the season, he'll keep increasing the technical difficulty.
Yeah. Nice job. 80.78 for Christian Stefan Nania of Romania, 121.18, and that will put this young man into first place so far after three skaters.
The next skater on the ice, representing Israel, 15-year-old Tamir Cooperman.
27th after the short program. He needs a 77.88 to take the lead. Well, Mark, as we mentioned in the opening, the junior men are very unpredictable. This young man skated really a beautiful, really strong free program, and he's only in the first group because
he had double jumps within the short program, popping the triple jumps, and only a double loops in the short and a double loop. And this free skate here proving that Timur Cooperman is very capable and seemingly very comfortable with his triple jump content. And you can see the coach's reaction as that's more.
Yeah, really good technique. And, you know, it's often said that you cannot win the competition in the short program, but you can certainly lose it or lose a position. And this young man, had he skated clean in the short program, would have been in a different group and be able to climb up the ladder a lot further. But look at this technique here, great speed, good outside edge, straight up, huge triple lutz, reloads, down low in the knee, pushes up, gets around the triple toe loop, has to do a 3-turn. Nevertheless, but good timing in the triple flip, no problem.
It's so comfortable, doesn't it? You would never know that yesterday's skate was as it was.
He makes it look easy, and that's going to be a triple, or probably already is in practice.
Well, that's why I thought watching that double axel, there's no doubt that I'll comfortably add an extra rotation as we see that second triple lutz, and a total of 7 triple jumps in his free skate.
But you can see on his face, he said, okay, forget about yesterday, watch me today. And he was determined. There was no way he was going to let this go. He was really determined. Great job.
The perfect example of utilizing one experience to serve another.
That's why the juniors are so important, because you get those experiences. And look at that. That's a happy trio.
That's a picture, a really, really lovely picture.
It is. And that says so much. Look at that. Having some fun there. Wonderful job. Timur Cooperman from Israel. Let's take a look at the free program scores. Doesn't almost matter.
No.
You know, this is great skate. 97.57, that's first, of course, in the free program at the moment, with a total competition score of 140.88 as he takes over the lead.
The next competitor on the ice from Bulgaria, Filip Kimakchev.
26 after the short program, and an 81.87 personal best last week at the Solidarity Cup here in Gdansk. He will skate the free program right now to Notre Dame de Paris soundtrack.
C'est un moment d'hiver entre nous. Quand elle danse et qu'elle met son gorge, un nuage brille dans ses ailes pour s'envoler. Alors je sens faire sourire sur mes pieds. J'ai posé mes yeux sur sa robe de l'hiver. À quoi me sert encore de prier Notre-Dame? Et celui qui jettera la première
passionate ending for Filip Kemakchiev from Bulgaria.
Yeah, you know, Mark, I'm going to say the same things that I said in the short program. This is analytical. This is not critical. That fast rotator, okay, that's a really good thing. You really need that. Kind of stiff knees, you know, doesn't absorb the knees a little bit. The checkouts, I mean, because he starts to jump pretty well, and he's nice and straight and fast in the air. I'm going, oh, yeah, he's got this jump, but there's no landing. Like, there's no continuation of flow. So that mechanism of punching the arms out, pushing the free leg back has yet to be learned. And my last comment, a little bit back on the blade, so a little loss of balance. But he certainly has all the physical abilities and the jump technique on the takeoffs.
And it's interesting to know, Philip's, one of his coaches is his mother, Irina, and you can see that there's a passionate intensity to create. And, you know, a parent is so much invested in helping support their child to be able to get to this stage. And you can just see now moving forward with the triple loop, this was better, didn't over-rotate on that one.
Yeah.
But moving forward, triple jumps now landed, which was fantastic, delivering them in competition here. Again, didn't over-rotate, just the hand down on the flip. But moving forward now, just readdressing some of the technical stuff, like that scratch on the entry into the double axel, to just facilitate a better grade of execution landing.
Yeah, I don't know how he did that, you know, that combination. But you can see how fast and straight and tight he is in the air. This is really good. So the most important part, the rotation in the air, is already there. That's good. It's learning the landing, which is where the judges have the GOEs go down. Yeah,
one of the biggest factors on the judges' reduction for errors. So much of it is pertaining to the landing of the jump. And I think also, moving forward with Filip, he's got great passion, wondrous really passion, and some good transitional content with the inside axle there. If he can just work on the run of the blade, working on the basic skating skills exercises to get down in the knee on the back outside edges, that will translate also into the back outside edge that comes at the end of the jumps.
I think as we see this young man start to grow and mature in his basic skating skills and security, we're going to see some very passionate performances because you can see it's in his heart. You know, it's in his soul to react to the music. And this is a really good thing, obviously. So as he gets more comfortable and confident, wow, we see some nice performances. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Filip. Yeah, so nice. Special to be able to share. Yeah. 79.07 for Filip. That's third in the free program with a total competition score of 122.44, and that'll put Filip currently into second place.
The final skater in this first warm-up group here from Poland, 14-year-old Pawlo Kliman.
67.95. He will skate to Lost But One from the Rush soundtrack by Hans Zimmer.
14-year-old Pavlo Kliman from Poland.
You know, Mark, really good technique on the launch of each one of the jumps. Like the technique and the takeoff is really solid and very consistent. You can see that throughout the program. Good timing in the checkout as well. Sure, lots of refinement by stretching out and, you know, posture and pointing the toes, all that stuff. But the basic mechanics of those jumps are really, really good. A little choppy with the skating skills,
Yes.
you know, little stiff knees. But, boy, the jumping, he's got that under control and well developed at this stage.
And what I was really conscious of is a very well-pitched planned program content for this athlete. And I think, Ted, that on a general note, the young men will be so eager to keep working the next triple stage. There's an element of pride in having the more difficult content, triple axel, triple flip, triple lutz, these more difficult triples, and we're obviously working towards the quads. And it's difficult to harness that, for, you know, to get the athlete ready for competition. Because their training time, depending on how limited it is, as we look to see this nice triple toe Euler double salto from Pavlo, managing their training time to work on the new triples, as we see him do the double axel here, versus get him fit enough, physically fit enough and prepared to compete and deliver like he has done. He's gone out there and done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pretty solid triples, but of a lower technical value. To get him that fit and prepared, that takes a really well-planned time from the coaching team.
Well, it also takes his growth. And he's still quite young. So he's going to grow. You can see he's going to start to grow and get more muscle mass and the whole thing. And so they have to navigate through that next development stage as he starts to change the body, which is always a complicated thing. But the basics are all there. No question of that. Did a very, very nice job here at home.
And that's just a really good example of teamwork, getting this athlete ready in time. And a clean skate like that serves as a brilliant platform now to move forward. And obviously there's so much that still has to be done for all the athletes. But that clean skate just gives a really clean slate to say, right, okay, well, the components need this and the technical element score needs this.
Exactly. Season's best at 80.11 for Pavlo Kliman. And that will put him third of the free program with a total competition score of 123.57. And he'll move into second place overall after the first group of men as we welcome to the ice group number 2, 6 skaters for their 6-minute warm-up. Okay, questions?
Yes, we've been somewhat inundated, which is wonderful, and thank you to those that have sent in questions both on Instagram and Twitter and on YouTube as well to the International Skating Union. And I don't think we'll be able to get through all of them in this warm-up because there are abundant. But on Instagram, at Emma_Wood_Life has asked, do you like to hear classical music for programs? For example, Moonlight Sonata.
Yeah, I love the classical music because now it's new. I think I said that a little earlier in our broadcast, is that when they opened this up and for vocals and whatnot, there's some really interesting stories being told, and it was fantastic, and I think it was absolutely the right thing to do. But what got lost a little bit was the use of classical music, which was overused, you know. So, but now it's coming back again, and it's fresh, and it's clean, and it's clear, and it's, you know, beautifully done. So I'm loving those skaters that are reintroducing, if you will, some classics.
And I think the classical music, for example, the Moonlight Sonata, which we heard yesterday, and I'm sure we'll hear again, if not today, then next week in Egna, it's used again because it's so good.
Yeah, and also we've got people like Hugo Schweinard who are remixing those. So they're taking the classic, if you will, and adding with innovative backgrounds and sounds and rhythms and whatnot. So although it's old, it's becoming new.
And shout out to the likes of Hugo Schweinard and the Skating Music Guy, these editors and music editors and mixers who will work with the coaches and work with the skaters to create music that perfectly fits the requirements of their choreographic and technical needs.
Yeah, and some of the coaches do it themselves as well, and they do a nice job.
It's not hosts. I lose my patience with that. I'm sure you'd be wonderful at it, Ted, but
I like it.
Leave that to my wife.
Yeah.
Next question. Now, this is from on Instagram at Fomchenkova Nikola, which I think is the name of the skater who represented Latvia and came fifth in the women's event yesterday. What is your favorite element to see?
When you get a great triple axel, because it's the only one that goes forward, there's something different about that. Duh. Like, what am I saying here?
Something different about an axle, too.
There's a different look to it, obviously, and there's a different feel to it for the skaters, because we know that. And when you sail off that edge, which is so fine, that and lean one way or the other, and you're going down. So to see a triple axel fly across the ice and soft landing extended, it's just, it's exhilarating. It's just beautiful.
That's exhilarating is a great choice of vocabulary for it. And interestingly, I saw this morning online a clip from the Japan Open, which is an event taking place at the moment, of Ilya Malinin, the current and reigning junior world champion, and it was practice footage of him delivering a ridiculously good quadruple axel. And apparently he has a 7 quad planned free skate, and quote from Shoma Uno, the senior world champion, just said that he himself, the senior world champion, was blown away by the quality of this young whippersnapper coming up into the senior ranks.
He's a phenomenon. And, you wonder, because everybody else is sort of no, I don't mean the same, but, they're wonderful, brilliant skaters, but they're not doing all that kind of stuff. You see a young kid, you go, well, if that's possible, well, what happens 10 years from now? Like who's doing what then, right?
Yes.
So, yeah.
And in answer to Nicholas' question, from my perspective, I think, what element do I like to see? The criteria now with the system offers a clear structure for what will get the maximum grade of execution. So a +5 element, when you see a +5 element, it's just a delight to watch. So sometimes we've seen the likes of Mao Shimada, the Japanese winner of last week's event. Her combination spin, I think in her first Junior Grand Prix, was just amazing, and I thought it's going to get +5s, and sure enough it did. Sometimes,
did it really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And then sometimes you can see, a choreographic sequence that maybe Jason Brown delivering a step sequence with such musicality, and it almost box ticking. It's hard when you see a choreographic element or a step sequence and it gets a +5 to consider box ticking analytically, but it really is just delivering on all the criteria that a judge would want to see for +5. Now, that gives it a tangible factor. A +5 gives it a certain score, but when it is +5, it tends to move you and make you feel good.
When you watch it,
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, thank you, Nicola. Well, actually, some of your stuff, Nicola, if it is indeed the Nicola that I'm thinking it is, some of the jumping quality that she had yesterday in the free skate was really impressive to watch. Next question on Instagram from @MVRTVXX. We've had this one before, Ted, and we can reiterate, though, what event is your favourite men-women pairs for ice dance?
I'm not going down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, you've been there, done that.
It's not an event because I love all the people. So I mean, they're special young people. I think from an entertainment perspective, dance. I love dance. I love the free dance. I really do. So that's a pure entertainment. But from an excitement perspective, it's just. I can't pick one because they're all exciting.
No, I mean, I did compete in singles and in dance, not in pairs, but I didn't compete in pairs, didn't compete in synchro, but when you see it done well...
Yeah, pretty much anything is great.
Yeah. And that's the wonder of our sport.
That's a non-answer to the answer.
Sorry about that one. We love it all. And I think that's why you and I are just so eager to support the skaters to reach their best.
Yeah, and I'm really serious. I can't choose because I've seen brilliance in all of it, and it's exciting, and we better stop talking because the next group is on the ice. Here we go.
Too true. I don't think the skaters would appreciate a 10-minute warm-up for us to chat. The first skater after the 6-minute warm-up represents Kazakhstan. And this is 15-year-old Artur Smagolov.
24th after the short program, 86.08, his personal best in the short. He'll need a 97.33 to take the lead. So that's going to be hard work in this free program right now as he skates to Hope and Legacy by Joe Hisashi. Well, Mark, I remember our comments on the short program for this young man that he has a really nice movement. There was some sincerity and feeling inside of him, which you could see moments of. He loved to perform. Still in construction on the elements, of course. That's going to take some time.
And it's interesting now to see as we enter into the second group, just different approaches. The leader at this stage from Israel, Tamir Cooperman, was so comfortable in his triple jumping. And here, Artur not as comfortable and with a decreased element score because he didn't attempt some of the difficult triples that Tamir did. But this skater comes with more finesse and style in his approach. And it's just different approach. And interesting that it's that style which has helped him to get into this second group based on the quality in the short.
Isn't it interesting how our sport attracts such different people? Because when you take a look at, soccer or football, it attracts, pretty much the same type of people. But this is, either I love to dance into the rhythm and it attracts you, or I love that flying attracts you, or I love to be thrown, it attracts you. All these different types of people. And so, therefore, there's a different pathway, if you will, to development.
And I often think that watching a skater, you just do get a little bit of an insight into the character because the style that they choose to pursue. Of course, that's driven by the information they're given by their coaches. But here you can see there's an expressiveness and a conviction to the music and the movement here from Artur Shmagalov. But maybe not that you can see as he enters into this, which was good, the triple toe Euler triple salto, there was just a more hesitancy. There wasn't the same gun-ho attack that Tamir had.
Well, and I think, he's comfortable with the music and the basic skating, and he's learning the jumps, and I think once he says, okay, I got this now, I figured it out, then you'll see an attack, and that's yet to come yet, but I believe it's on its way.
And it's the, which will be the ultimate, we've got this fabulous back Bielman, which is so difficult, will, a race against each other. Tamir Cooperman, great jumping skill, not as refined skating skills or style. Artur, lovely style, difficult spins, not as much technical content, and they will both have their different pursuits, and they'll naturally gravitate towards something, and their coaches just need to steer them in the right way.
Yeah, it was nice to see the groups kind of all mixed up.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at the free program scores for Artur Smagulov from Kazakhstan. 87.59, that's the season's best. And that'll put him second in the free program.
Interesting, Ted. The skaters do seem to appreciate the scoring. They do, and generally they all look like they understand.
Absolutely, 131.15, and that'll put Artur currently into second place overall. You're right, they do. They look at it, that's what I expected. Or, that's really good.
There haven't been any hissy fits in the kiss and cry.
Not yet. Maybe we had one. Okay.
The next skater represents Lithuania, 15-year-old Daniel Korabelnik.
24th in week 3 in Riga, 64.04 personal best in the free program. We'll skate to Way Down We Go by Kalo.
Oh, Father tells me we get what we deserve. Oh, we get what we deserve. And we're down we go. Oh, we're down we go. So we're down we go.
Nice, difficult entry on the final spin for Daniel Korabelnik from Lithuania.
Yeah, Danielle's learned how to get off the ice, leap off the ice very quickly and into rotation. So this is really good because that you need those two aspects. There are many other aspects of jumping, but you need those two aspects to be consistent and solid technique. The takeoff, rotation position, he has it. That's great. And actually, the checkout is not bad, but it's certainly not refined yet. No stretched toe. And also, I think one thing that plays a role a little bit is the posture. You know, that's going to be needed. There's that ballet, you know,
Yes.
whatever you want to call it. But there's some really good signs here because this young man is getting, not on that jump, but, you know, getting the mechanics of these jumps, which are really required for the majority of the points, down very nicely and consistently.
Yeah, just a tiny bit more drawback in the left back outside edge there.
That'd be
Just
nice, yeah.
secure the triple lutz, but having put two of them in his planned program content, we know that Daniel's capable of a triple lutz.
Look how quickly he's straight and strong in the air and slow on the free leg. So that checkout again, and a number of the skaters has some work to do.
And you know, it's just as we say, an understanding. You can see his coach here just mindful and aware of what's happening, and this just competitions serve as a great motivation to prepare and to push the urgency of getting competition ready. But they also just reaffirm what a coach already knows for the skater and what needs to be done. It's just the judges sometimes, you know, it's a different person saying it helps to motivate the improvements, and the judges will give that feedback with the scores.
Yeah, he's a 15-year-old young man who's growing, and it's you're trying to do the delicate figure skating and powerful figure skating in one time. I mean, it's a lot to take in. It really is. But he's got some really nice aspects that are good foundational skills, which are going to serve him well as he moves forward, but still lots of work to do.
My observation, Ted, is I really like this track Way Down We Go by Kaleo, but Way Down We Go seems to not be helping the skaters because everybody that skates it seems to be going down.
Yeah, I know. You're going, that's a risky song.
Yeah.
Okay, season's best with a 68.95, and that'll put Danielle Courtney in the 6th place in the free program. Total competition score of 115.01 for a 6th place overall at the moment.
Next to skate, representing Finland, Arttu Jussala.
17-year-old from Finland, Arttu Jussala, takes to the ice.
Well, Arttu, 3rd at the Junior Nationals. This is his first Junior Grand Prix season. Skating the free program right now to Rain in Your Black Eyes by Ezio Bustle.
hello, good jump technique.
No, that was interesting because I didn't. Okay, how do I put this? I saw him in the short program. I didn't notice him in the
Yes.
short program. And so, but I'm going, okay, wait a minute. Okay, and I look back at my notes, and I didn't really have anything specific. Look, this is wonderful flow. Great lift on the jumps. Perfect jump technique. Incredible, wonderful quality. And some, wonderful sliding moves as well. There's more to grow. And you can see also there's some performance in there. It's not out yet, because you can only do so much at, one time. But, oh, my gosh, is this skater good?
Yeah, and the judges' criteria for the jumps, the bullet points for the jumps, creative execution for positive jumps, are to have very good height and very good length. Got that. Good takeoff and landing. Yeah.
Well, I would say takeoff is excellent.
Yeah. And then an effortlessness throughout. And
yep.
So I'm at least +3 on most of these first few jumping passes to amass more technical score. And even that triple toe, again, very good height, very good length, pretty effortless, good takeoff, good landing. Just really, really good jump technique.
All the elements, except for 2, are in the pluses of the GOE, so he's gaining a lot of points there. But overall, if I'm looking from a coaching perspective, I'm going, this skater is in an excellent position for continued growth. And now, because his technique isn't an issue, that's not an issue anymore. You don't need to tweak that.
That's in the bag.
Yeah, that's in the bag. And so just continue to develop in this program, expression and, get the right piece of music that he can grow into, but this will come in time. Wow. I noticed him now, and I will not forget this young man. It was awesome.
Archer used to that from Finland. You are duly noted.
Great job.
To me, just a really good example of good coaching. Like, well done, hats off. I mean, there's always an element of natural ability, and maybe the skater has an incredibly innate sense of hard work, but no matter the natural ability or hard work, there has to be good
If the
information.
natural ability is misdirected, well, it doesn't go anywhere. So the coaching is critical in that case. 110.18. Aha, smile and a nod. Part 2 says, okay, I'll take that. 159.58. And that's first. Nice high five. Great job. And I'm glad that the judges have recognized the quality. Beautiful. A big 19-point lead.
Please welcome our next competitor from Armenia,
15-year-old Simon Delians, Armenia.
21st after the short program. Needs a 109.33 to take the lead, a 108.77 personal best. He will skate to Perfect by Ed Sheeran.
I found a love for me. Darling, just dive right in. Follow my lead. I found a girl, beautiful and sweet. I never knew you were someone waiting for me. We were just kids.
Well, as we started the event with the term unpredictable, this is the second group, for gosh sake. And, we just saw our two from Finland delivered like a brilliant performance, and then this young man opens up with a quad toe, triple toe.
And I've got to apologise to some Danny from Armenia because I was so gobsmacked when the quad toe started. I cut the clip too short before the triple toe at the end of it. It was like, did that just happen?
And just for everyone to understand, gobsmacked means surprise. So, well, amazing. This young man has great strength and power. As you can see, that quad toe, a little bit on the lean, and doesn't have yet, as many of them don't have, that checkout organized to stop the rotation and to absorb the landing. You can see there, he has to fight for everything to get through it, and he did. And so strength, power, and determination is going to get you a long way to get things started. It's not going to finish it. There's refinement yet to be done, posture, all that kind of stuff.
Well, it was interesting. We just saw the change of edge in the spread eagle showing elegance.
Yeah.
And I thought his mask short program was so perfectly suited as you see this triple loop because of the freneticism. There is some elegance there within Simon. It just needs to... I feel there's some skating skills exercises devoted to him.
Yeah, and the term elegance and refinement are different,
yeah.
Right? Like he has some elegance in there, no question. That refinement is the detail of the positioning, which is going to help in the jumps, the spins, and the rest of the program. So, but brilliant work. That's great stuff. A good start. Lots of work ahead of you, but a great foundation to start with.
Well, I mean, 2 quads in the program.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Now, to some, what some might say would be the easier work, the skating skills work, the basics need to be perhaps a little readdressed. He already has some, his ability to rotate a quad toe is really impressive at this stage.
That's not a problem. And, it's funny you say skating skills is easier work. It's actually, physically it's easier, but it's harder because it's not as much fun.
Yes.
It may not be as much fun, right? I think it's fun, but... That's because I'm too old to jump. So.
Yeah, I was just going to say the exact same of me. But it needs to be addressed now. Moving forward, and we look at the judges' input, and they have Simon's skating skills around the high 4s mark. Mm-hmm. Now, that doesn't correlate with a skater that can do quad toes. So he's done some great work there, and now just needs to level up on the basic skating skills, perhaps to put a little more time.
Yeah, it's kind of like having a really, really nice, clean driveway, but a really messy lawn, right? So, you just got to put the whole house together there.
The analogies we come out with.
I know. I hope people won't take it the wrong way. So the free program scores are 89.81. That's third in the free program. For the total competition score, 140.07, and that will put Simon currently into third place for the moment.
You can see his coach addressing the reasons behind that third place at this stage.
Good work.
The next competitor in the men's free skate, 17-year-old Marko Piliar from Slovakia.
Yeah, 20th after the short program, a 92.85, his personal best, but he'll need a 109.3 to take the lead.
The reaction to Marco's skate there, you can see, indicates that not what this Slovakian skater was hoping for.
You know, Marco is so powerful. He's so strong. It's in my notes here. He's got power and he's got ice coverage, good, some pretty good basic skating skills. He's just a little, at this stage of his development, he's just a little disorganized in positioning, not only in the air, that's quite obvious. You can see the body's a bit twisted, the legs aren't tight, so he needs to streamline that, and that's easy to identify. But also during the transitions, back and forth. So he's got some work to do on that, but I don't think it's far away from him because he's very strong.
No, and there are, as we see the transitional content here in that inside bracket turn, there's good quality of skating skill. The back three turn into the triple flip. Just a swingy jump technique that will make it a little trickier to get the triples in combination with another triple.
And you can see how high he lifts off the ice. That's not an issue, but you can see the legs are too far apart in the air. It's kind of wobbly like a helicopter blade. And
that's why those landings are forced to curl round.
Yeah, exactly, because you're just swinging around on the landing. And you want to draw it straight back, be streamlined, and continue the glide in the direction of travel after landing. So, but he's still strong. He's got good basic skating. You can see nice deep inside edge here. There's an inside spread eagle. That needs. But, there's a lot of ingredients there.
Completely agree. And moving forward now, there'll be perhaps a little bit of an oasis of time in which to return to his training rink and just clean up, tidy and refine before going back into the run-through phase to prep for the next event. And it's a bit of a luxury of time to train technique without run-throughs.
If you compete too much, then you're not enough time to develop. If you don't compete enough, not enough time to learn how to compete. It's confusing. Marco Pilar from Slovakia, 92.36. That's third in the free program with a total competition score of 142.65. And for the moment, that will put Marco into second place. And there is a look at your top 5 on the leaderboard, with one skater to come in group number 2.
Next to skate, representing Latvia, Yerevan.
This young man had his birthday at the start of this week. 16-year-old Kirill Korkaks.
Yeah, 19th after the short program, 84.47 personal best. You need a 108 to take the lead. He will skate to November Rain by Guns N' Roses.
16-year-old Kirill Korkaks from Latvia. He's made it through the 11 elements in his free skate. Just a few too many negative grades of executions on the planned program content.
You know, it's interesting, Mark, as I watch this young man, he has great use of knees on the takeoff. So you see deep knee bend, which really helps him sort of lift off the ice. He creates great rhythm and power on the launch of the jump. And now he can add a little bit more speed and flow because he does not have a lot of flow on the landing. So you need that speed going in to have the speed going out of the jump. And, you know, I'm not talking about reckless speed here. I'm just talking about good flow. You can see a great up, but not a lot of speed on the landing. He has to sort of leap over in that Euler and up to the triple salcho. Good work. It's under-rotated, but if he added a little bit more momentum and acceleration throughout that combination or any of the jumps, he'll have more flow on the way out, and therefore maybe higher GOE.
Yes, and the judges have their clear criteria on the reductions for what happens in a jump. So there's something like 20 options for the judges on the mistakes, like the hand down.
That makes it easy.
Yeah. And that has an impact. So that triple flip with a step out there, the judges will go down into -3, -4 potentially, and then that will knock off a point or more from the element, which has its base value.
And the great thing about the criteria for the judges, it's really clear. Like when you do a step out, you do this as a judge. It's not like, oh, I kind of like this guy. I think I'll put the scores higher. No. It's very precise as what you can and cannot do when it comes to the technical assessment of these elements. When the element is extremely well done with all those bullet points, it's maybe slightly more subjective, but they have specific criteria about the positives as well. So they've given great direction.
And that then in turn is easy reference point for the skaters and the coaches returning to the rink as to what to work on. And I think for these young men competing here, so much thought process is going into the takeoff and the technique of the jump element to facilitate getting a triple done. It's so exciting when you land your first triple. So your first triple salcho, your first triple lutz, whatever it may be, the exhilaration is huge. And then that's just the first part of getting it to be a +5 element.
That's just standing up. You know, and then you have all this other work to do. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Courchevel from Latvia. Season's best, 85.17. That is 6th in the free program. And that gives them a total competition score of 136.74. And that will put Courchevel currently in 5th place overall after 2 groups. And now it is movie time as we go to the ice resurfacing. Mark, what do we have on tap?
So please stay tuned to see some of the videos that the ISU have created and produced for us. And the first will be that of the World Ice Skating Day, the trailer showcasing what will happen on the 4th of December, an opportunity for skaters all around the world to take part in celebrating our sport. And then we head to Bergamo in Italy for one of the ISU Elements Explained series, and this time it will be of the sit spin, before we look at the highlights from yesterday on day 2 at the Baltic Cup.
Well, we're going to take a short break during the ice resurfacing. Enjoy your videos. We'll be back right after this.
Hello everybody and welcome to the ISU Center of Excellence in Bergamo, Italy. Today the topic is going to be sit spin. The definition of sit spin is any position in a spin where the upper part of the skating leg is at least parallel to the ice. First tip for the sit spin. Keep your arms out, stretched for balance as you enter to the spin. The second tip for the entry is to keep your free leg really extended and make sure it makes all the circle around to go down to the spin, and then watch for your balance. Okay, now let's combine the two moves. Stretch your arms, stretch your free leg, and go. To improve the level of difficulty of your sit spin, there are three categories based on the position of the free leg in the sit spin. Sit forward, sit sideways, sit behind. Now let's take a look at all three positions in one spin. Thank you all for watching. I hope your sit spin will improve, and see you next time for another tips from Centers of Excellence.
The rhythm dance started the second day of competition here in Gdansk at the Baltic Cup 2022, with 17 teams vying for glory in the penultimate Junior Grand Prix of the series. Just over 3 points separate 7 teams between 9th and 3rd place following the tango rhythm dances, with Canada's Jordan Lewis and Noah McMillan staving off the competition to hold the bronze medal winning position after the first section of the competition, what is their first year on the Junior Grand Prix circuit. Following on from their title win at the Riga Cup, Germany's Daria Grimm and Michael Savitsky placed second in the rhythm dance here. A mandatory 1-point deduction for an extended lift sees them receive a lower score than their last Junior Grand Prix, but we expect more brilliance from them tomorrow in the free dance. The indisputable performance of the event came from last week's winners from Canada, Nadia Brzezinska and Peter Beaumont. Stunning quality saw them come close to the new junior world record in the rhythm dance, and they will be pushing to break records with their free dance tomorrow. The final pairs event of the Junior Grand Prix series concluded today with 10 teams competing in this incredible discipline. America's Sofia Param and Daniel Chumentsev may have had mistakes in their free skate, but their quality very much still evident as they booked their ticket to the final in Torino this December. The top 2 teams from last week's competition, the Solidarity Cup, remained the same here at the Baltic Cup, with improvements from the Ukrainians Violeta Yerevan and Ivan Kopta, moving up from a 3rd place short program to the silver medal with some incredible lifting prowess in their Halo by Beyonce free skate. The Australian champions from last week remain undefeated with their 2nd win on the Junior Grand Prix series, and we eagerly anticipate their performances on both the senior and junior events as the season progresses, where we are positive that their dynamism and talent will secure much more silverware throughout the months ahead. 48 women competed in the final event of the day that climaxed in some incredibly exciting performances. America's Mia Callan landed 2 quadruple jumps in an exhilarating free skate, but Korea's Min-Seo Kwon's epic presentation skills helped to seal her 2nd medal of the Junior Grand Prix this year with her fabulous Cats free skate. Gold in Riga was backed up with a silver medal here for Korea's Jia Shin. Her programme component scores remained the best of the women's competition again today, making her a very serious contender for the title at the Junior Grand Prix final in 2 months' time. A visible transformation in improvement and confidence for Japan's Ami Nakai, and a glorious triple axel sealed the title for the 15-year-old from Niigata. Her Miss Saigon free skate was quite captivating, and the emotional reaction to her win here was a beautiful moment for the young Japanese skater who adds the gold here to her bronze from Riga.
menadżerka zapraszamy szkolną grupę zawodników. The following skaters may now take the ice for a 6 minutes warm-up. From Italy, Raffaele Francesco Zik. From Ukraine, Lev Smoko. From Switzerland, Georgi Pavlov. From Georgia, Konstantin Sukotashvili. From Canada, Edward Wesley. From Germany, Abdul Hamid.
Welcome back to Gdansk for the third group of men in the men's free skate here at the Baltic Cup. And this next group of competitors will be opened by Raffaele Francesco Zic, the Italian competitor who medalled here in this arena at the Solidarity Cup last week. He'll be eager to redeem a disappointing short program. As we look at Canada's Edward Avasi. And all of the skaters have this 6-minute warm-up time to prepare their bodies for their 3.5-minute free skate. Skaters in this group will have had a practice this morning that will have started at 7:10. So it was an early start for the men today. And then they'll inevitably returned to the hotel just to rest and recoup their energy stores before coming out for performance. Such a big occasion to compete and represent your nation at a Junior Grand Prix event, and the athletes will have been working towards this for many months now. Program choreography started in the off-season, that likely to have been done in maybe late March, early April, dependent upon whether or not the competitors competed at the World Junior Championships. As Mr. Ted Barton comes with goodies.
Yeah, they're not edible type, but take this to your family. Great deal.
Oh, I've got both. Happy days. Water bottles from...
Very nice, yeah. We really want to say a great thank you to the Polish Federation. And remarkable, it's not a huge group of people, but they're here for every day, all day, working so hard. They're working in the background, then they go out to the rink and they announce or they time or they do whatever. It's just, that special group of volunteers that become a family and make it work no matter what they have to do.
And really care for our sport. To be able to give up your time voluntarily in these rather cold and chilly conditions is a real testament to their love for the sport and their eagerness for it to be a success. Thank you to them. We have this grand list of questions.
Carry on, let's go.
So we've got to crack on. So again, on Instagram, in reply to the International Skating Union's Instagram account, we've had a question in from @AlexisJLNN. Question is, favourite costume of the season?
Well, I have to go back to, and of course, it was red. Okay, that's all I know. Remember, where was it last week? I think it was last week. One of the women had this beautiful red dress on. I can't remember.
I remember us commenting on it. I know my memory is good enough to remember yesterday, Josephine Lee from the United States of America. She skated to Carmina Burana.
That was beautiful. And the Korean women yesterday were outstanding dresses as well, as was the Japanese skaters as well. But I think that one dress was...
If somebody can go back on the YouTube from last week's women's event and find out our comments on...
Yeah, I don't remember, but it was... I'll have to look back at the list, actually.
And it's the costuming is an interesting topic point because it's all subjective as to what you like or dislike, and it doesn't carry any weight in the scoring. So is it worth a reference point?
But you know what the thing is? It's interesting. If you go to a simulation and you watch, and the skaters come out to simulate, to do the run-throughs in front of judges and whatnot, and they all wear, black spandex or whatever the case would be, it's fine. It's boring.
Yeah.
It's boring. So thank goodness we have the costuming, and thank goodness because it connects to the theme and to the character and to that person and all. So I think it really, although it doesn't have a score, I think it has a great addition to, and sometimes pure black will be the right thing, right?
Yes.
So I think it's great, and everyone has their opinion, and that's the nice thing we can have an opinion about. We're not criticizing the judges, or we're not criticizing anybody. You just have your opinion, like that one, or I don't like that one so much, right?
And
fun.
One thing, I suppose, it's another expense often, the costuming.
Oh gosh, yeah.
As a general
especially in dance.
point, dance, yeah, okay, I can take it to dance because I did that. The costuming can be so incredibly expensive with the crystals, the tiny Swarovski crystals that are adorning the costumes being incredibly expensive, and costumes can go in excess
You
of
have to be an ice dancer because you even knew the name of the crystals. I mean, I would have been going, well, those glass pieces on that dress are pretty nice, you know. So
I remember trying to save money when I was competing and buying the crystal packs and then doing the costuming, the crystaling myself, because it was just an unspoken, seemingly prerequisite of competing when I competed 10, 15 years ago.
Wow.
What's interesting now is, as with everything, there are fashion changes, and then I think it was Virtue and Moyer, Tessa Virtue and Scott Moyer, and maybe more recently Papadakis and Cizeron, who have popularized a clean line
classic,
costume.
but basic, but classic.
Yeah, and I think the costumes that they wear, I'm sure they're still very expensive because they're designed and created by masters of their craft.
Yeah.
But a different style is ensuing.
Okay, my favorite was red. Okay, now, so we started this and went off on some journey.
And so, are we coming to the end of the warm-up? The questions will have to be conserved for the next warm-up.
I have to put a limit on your answers.
Yeah. Especially when we've got more questions.
Mine too, probably. Okay, here we go. Group number 3, men's free program. 5 groups, 3 more to come.
And we look ahead now to the aforementioned Italian skater Rafael Francisco Zic, medalist here last week.
It's 130.71 personal best last week at the Solidarity Cup. Looking to improve on that right now as he will skate to Deceit and Betrayal Summer 2 by Max Richter and Swing Shift.
There's a section of choreography in that program, Ted, towards the end that I just love. Such contemporary, perfectly timed music.
Yeah, and it is a section that shows the moments of flashes of brilliance that is there. I felt, could be wrong, but overall in the rest of the program there's a shopping list of elements which you have to get through, and so a disconnect, if you will, to that performance. But then when he does go to perform, he's got something deep.
Yes, and it just Raphael's experience over the last 2 weeks do show you the roller coaster that skating offers, because just elation and joy to have medalled on the Junior Grand Prix, and a real testament of the work that he and his coaches Eduardo De Bernardi and Renata Lazzaroni have done to be, rewarded. And then you come here a week later and he has a nightmare short program and he finds himself completely out of contention.
And you can see the way he rolled out of that triple axel fall. That was just a disappointment roll. Like the head went down and he was just, mad at it, right? Exactly. It took him a while to get back in the program. Then he made some other mistakes. And, he has good takeoffs, good air positions, really good. Speed of rotation, awesome. Not a lot of flow in the landings because he grabs with the toe picks for the security. I get that. Stand up. But in the end of the day, for positive GOE, you want that to flow out. You got to keep away from the picks if you can, but not too far back.
And you can see in some of this is just beautiful movement. You can see here the pull and the speed he had after that 3-turn. He has an awareness for how to create flow, but just not manifesting that on the landing there. Of that.
And the great news is with this young man, you see enough skill in both technical and PCs that it's only a matter of time. And as he gains confidence and is comfortable with it and doesn't have to worry so much about the jumping and can explore the movement, as you see here, then the types of programs will be sort of endless.
Yes, and that's the constant battle, forever pushing to increase the technical value to get to a point where you can play with choreographic interest.
Well, 119.37, that is first in the free program at this point. And a total competition score of 171.22. That'll put Rafael Francesco Zik of Italy into first place for the moment.
Please welcome our next competitor.
16-year-old from Ukraine, Gleb Smotrov.
A second Junior Grand Prix season, a second at Senior Nationals. The season's best is 76.47. But he needs 119 to take the lead. We'll skate the free program, The Land of All by Woodkid.
some intensity in the choreography and some good work towards the end of the program for Halib Smotrov, but unfortunately no success with the jumps.
Well, Halib is a very strong and powerful skater, and you can see him coming off with the hands on the hips and, you know, frustrated. And, you know, this a frustrating skate, lost the feel partway through the program. He looked for it, searched for it to try to get it back, but he never did find it in this program. And that all equals into a struggle and a frustrating program to skate in for him, for sure, and also probably for the coaches to watch, because you know what's in him, but it was not in him today. So there's a lean on the triple flip, there's a double axel. That's nice. You see the soft knee bends. Let's look at the good things here. Good flow across the ice into the triple toe loop. Good. He has to put the foot down on the landing, then the double loop instead of a triple. So they were little mistakes to the, you know, for the common viewer who doesn't know a lot about skating, but there was a lot of little mistakes that were not planned for, obviously. He did not execute his planned program sheet to what he had laid out.
This was great. Later in the program, real conviction to the choreography, and we saw Halib did compete on the Junior Grand Prix 3 years ago, and he did well there. And it's difficult because we don't know. I haven't had a chance to chat
Yeah,
to
for
Halib.
sure. We don't know any of the background, and so
He's a Ukrainian skater, though, so we have to assume that huge challenges and changes have happened, and he now trains in Latvia. And so I think what we have to acknowledge is how wonderful that with all the turmoil that he will have inevitably gone through, that he's come out here and still putting himself under competition situation.
Absolutely. This is a very talented young man that may not have had the time to train to refine what he had already developed. 88.94 for Halib. That's 6th in the free program with a total competition score of 141.01, and that will put Halib currently into 4th place. He's got the skill inside him, and hopefully he will be able to find the resources and the facilities to spend the time to pursue his passion.
Our next competitor from Switzerland,
Georgi Pavlov from Switzerland has 2 triple-triple combinations planned to start his free skate.
The 78.34 personal best of the Czech skate a number of weeks ago. He needs a 117.31 to take the lead. And he'll skate the free program to MoMA.
Georgi Pavlov from Switzerland, and the 16-year-old lays down what I assume will be closing in on, in fact, indeed, beating, I think, his personal best by some way.
Really like in the step sequence the leaps that he had. You know, he sprung off the ice and captured a pitcher in the air, and you know that was really nice. You know, and the great fight on the Lutz, Salchow, and some nice work on the jumps. Again, like most of the juniors, refinement work to be done. You know, posture and positions and arms and hands and free leg and all that kind of stuff like that.
I think, Ted, you can see a kind of systematic approach here. I thought there was such a fight, really, on the landing of the likes of this. The triple loops.
Look at this. Euler kind of in triple Salchow 3-turn.
And this, I certainly wouldn't have gone for the triple toe at the end of this, but the very little speed and such desire to get that triple toe.
Yeah, let's see in the system. It's on the quarter, so he did really well. And there's the triple loop. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and as you were saying, later in the program, when he'd done the likes of this triple sal double toe, you could see later in the program the release to try to up the component scores for the presentation. And like I say, kind of box ticking, not a seamless piece of work that had, program component scores interlinked with the technical elements. But
see the sliding move there, and I think it's up in here, right? Maybe we missed it already. Yeah, we probably did. But, it's interesting because it's rare that you see in juniors where you really have the program components somewhat equal to the technical. It's very, very rare. And that's a reason for that is because it takes so long to develop all these skills. So when we mention about that, it's not to be critical at all. It's to be where are they at the where will they start to develop that part of the skill? And it may be in year 2 or 3 or 4 of juniors that we'll start to see this, and we'll refer back and said, hey, remember this young man in Gdansk?
And now look at the presentation or the composition of the program.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a hard thing to comprehend. I remember as a skater, people talking to me about it and going, they say, stand up straight. And I'm going, well, I am. No, you're not. Yeah, I am. Right? Because what it felt like and what I heard, different things. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Georgi Pavlov, the Switzerland season's best 101.31. That's third in the free program with a total competition score of 155.23, and that puts Georgi currently into third place overall.
The next competitor you can see just marking through some of the techniques with the planned program content in Konstantin Supatashvili's program from Georgia.
118 points in the free program, earning that at the Riga Cup. Let's get the free program to Pulp Fiction. Hey, Mark. That was a good program.
Yeah, it was a very good program. I would completely agree with you. And talking of composition, having a theme and weaving that through, particularly at the beginning, I thought, excellent job by Konstantin. He doesn't have a choreographer listed on his biography that we get sent in, but the teamwork behind that was very good.
Yeah, nice job. Nice, soft, and quiet landings. You can see that. We'll see that in the replays. Very good takeoff technique, so that was solid. Energy from the first note to the end. You didn't see any fatigue set in. So that was really, really good as we watched some of these replays. Got a good posture. He's taking his time in here. There's still some maturity to go with that choreography, if you will, but it was a good program for this stage of development. But let's take a look at some of the elements. Watch how soft he is on the landings. Nice knee bends. Rides right off the end of the edge. Oh, we didn't see the landing there. Okay, here we go. And there's the triplet, soft on the knee and the triple toe loop, and holds the landing. Okay, doesn't stretch it out, but he holds it. Doesn't have to rush out of it.
And throughout the program, you could see awareness sent to the judges, very visibly directed at the judging panel to try to secure that presentation. Things got a little bit more telegraphed later in the program as he was just making sure that triple Lutz Euler triple salto was callable.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's the triple loop, soft landing. Well, okay, not so soft, but on that one. But I just really noticed the soft knees on a lot of the jumps. Good knee bend there going into the back camel, of course, and then the change of edge. He needs to straighten that free leg a little bit.
And it will be the likes of that free leg straightening and refinement of position that will be next development.
Yeah, watch out, yeah.
And I'm sure triple axel and quad. He opened with a double axel. I wonder how long it will be before Konstantin Supatashvili will be turning that into a triple.
Very talented young man. And I was just thinking, I don't even know his parents, but they're probably back home watching this and proud to watch their son, and special moment indeed. 117.35 for Konstantin. That's second in the free program. The total competition score of 171.84 for Konstantin Supatashvili from Georgia, and that will put him currently into first place overall.
And that rousing clap.
There they are. The crazy Canadians.
The crazy Canadians doing their absolute best to support this 16-year-old from Montreal, Edward Avassi.
Coached by Yvan Desjardins and choreography by Julie Marcotte.
So Edward just indicating there that the laces have come undone.
And he could have taken the 40 seconds to try to tie it up, but he will ask for, I think it's 3 minutes. I'm thinking that he's going to ask for 3 minutes, which is a deduction, of course, and which you're looking up at the moment.
It's a five-point deduction for that interruption of the program with allowance of up to 3 minutes to resume from the point of the interruption, and that is something that the referee of the judging panel will have to take some control over.
And if you can fix the problem within, I believe it's 40 seconds, is that what it says in there?
If you have different deductions dependent upon the interruption duration.
Yes.
So if it's up to 40 seconds, then it's a 3-point deduction.
Yeah, so if he could have fixed this within 40 seconds, it is how much?
It would be 3-point deduction.
3 points. But then he can ask for, quite often it's better to take the 5 and get the problem fixed correctly, which is what he's doing. Right, the 5-point deduction, pardon me.
And you can see Andre Bourgeois, the team leader for Canada, with his presumably stopwatch out, just guaranteeing that.
Yeah, and with his coach, Yerevan Desjardins. And this is something that quite often skaters have not been trained in, because it's just hard to remember all those rules. We've done a pretty good job in Canada trying to bring that to the attention of the skaters, not so much, but the coaches for sure. And good job on Andre and Desjardins to know exactly how to react to this situation to give him the best chance. I mean, the reality is there's going to be a deduction, no question. How long do you want to take? How big of a deduction you want to take, and how long do you need to get yourself back into it?
And that's something that has been implemented more recently. Previously, if there was an issue with the equipment, the referee was able to stop the program.
And you can see Andre again with the iPhone out there checking the time. Really smart work on that team, the skater, the coach, and the team leader, well executed. And actually, this is going to be used in a lot of training videos. I can tell you.
Yes.
I can tell you right now, they look for situations like this to train skaters and coaches and officials of how to handle it.
And now Edward has to try to make the most of this situation, although that is deeply frustrating and disappointing. Now he will have been able to catch his breath, and now has to use the last maybe 5 elements to claim back some of the points lost with the deduction.
And we might see this on e-learning, ISU e-learning.
I'm sure.
So what happens when, right?
Thank you, Edward.
Here we go. You know, Mark, interesting. He reminded me a little bit of Keegan Messing, because he has this huge freedom when he skates and this aggressive, this joy of performance. And this is his very first Junior Grand Prix experience, international experience. And so lots of lessons gained here, but I think this is going to be a fun skater to watch over the years.
Yes, and that opening triple axel indicating that he has some technical prowess that will ensure we see him again. He had a single axel in the short program, not here.
Yeah, as we watch this, really good speed here into this triple axel. Goes down low, up, right on top of the landing, and glides out on that back edge so nicely. And I'm wondering here, okay, the triplettes, no problem, in double toe loop. When those other jumps, I think it was another triplettes and triple flip, fell, was the boot starting to come undone, and was that part of the...
Yeah,
we'll never know, but...
We have to question that because a fall in the triple lutz and then the triple flip was downgraded and a fall, and that's the point when Edward, I probably rightly at that point thought, I can't continue anymore. I can play, scramble through to the end of the program but have negative GUEs and everything, or step up and say, this isn't workable. As we see now, you can see though, in these clips from beyond the interruption, an increased energy and conviction to try and make for amends as we look at the triple loop. And then here Euler,
how he got through that, I don't know, but he did it, and great energy,
really brilliant energy. And it'd be interesting to see all the judges, I'm sure, not faced with this kind of situation often, and so just questioning how do they consider the composition and presentation of the program when a serious error or fall or mistake has broken the delivery of the program. That has to drop the components, but this was equipment related.
Pre-program scores for Edward Vassi of Canada, 110.64, and that's still third in the program, so you can see the quality of the overall program.
And you can add 7 points to that.
Exactly, 166.16 is really good considering the situation that happened, and that puts him overall into third place. The question will be, what if? What if that didn't happen? Where would it have been? Here we go.
The next competitor will have had a little longer to prepare. This will be Arthur Mai, 17-year-old from Germany.
Skating to run by Ludovico Ianelli. Well, I think his best jump was the last one.
Yes.
The triple toe to the double axel. That was a rough performance for Arthur May of Germany. No question of that. Kind of wild in a way. Lost sense of his control and feelings and timing.
Yeah, one of those difficult skates, and he opened with that popped triple Lutz into a single, then elected to do the Euler and still go for the triple Salchow then, and then a fall on that. Probably the worst possible start to a program that anybody would ever wish for him. So difficult to then recover from that. But still aspects which showcase the talent that finds himself in this group. And I was chatting to his choreographer, Ted Yoti Pulitzwakis, and he was saying that he really believes in him, and it's a team behind you now that you need to believe in you to come back from a skate like that. Yeah,
we talked about a little earlier today. It's sort of like you get lost in the forest and you cannot see the light. You don't know where to go because, sometimes you can get lost, but you find a marker and you get yourself organized. Okay, use an analogy. People are going, "What's he talking about? A forest?" But what happens psychologically in a program? If you just make one mistake and you know what it was and you can park it and then you get back on track, there's different techniques or strategies to get yourself back organized. But sometimes you just don't even know where you are anymore and you can't feel your body at all in any shape or form, but you keep leaving the ice to try to do a jump, but you don't know how you're going to do it. And it looked like he just lost his way a little bit in the program, and there was nothing he was going to find to come back except for the last jump.
Yes, and you can see just shaking his head, unsure quite what has happened. And I'm sure if he was asked to compete again, in 5 minutes' time, he'd be able to deliver a completely different performance.
Totally. And, the mind, well, what do they say, 93 or 97% is psychological in this, because if you're trained your body and the mind changes the training because it thinks differently under competitive circumstances, then it doesn't matter how much training you have, you don't have control.
So very, very true. I remember a quote from Elvis Stoico, the Canadian world champion, talking about the percentage of the sport that lies in the mind.
Yeah, 95.14, season's best. Interesting enough, that's 7th in the free program. With the total competition score 151.59, and that'll put Arthur currently into 6th place. Strong skater, lots of skills, lost his way a little bit in the free program today. Okay, we got a lot of questions to go through here, right?
We sure do. Let me see which of the masses of questions, and gratitude to you all for those that are coming through. So we went down Costume Gate, didn't we? That was
as we look at the start order for the next group, the Costume Gate. Okay, that was funny. Yeah, Scotsman.
Aye. Well, another question coming in on the YouTube comments on the International Skating Union's Junior Grand Prix YouTube channel, and that coming in from Ray, and a pertinent question delivered before the performance of Edward Vassy from Canada. But other than falling, why do skaters get deductions?
Oh gosh, there's a whole list which you have in front. I mean, if you touch your hand down, you touch your foot down, you land a jump, but have to do a 3-turn because you don't have control. If you obviously fall, which you've mentioned. If you're on your toe picks too and you're scratching, I mean, there's. Go ahead.
The list would go on there.
But just give it a little piece here.
Yeah, there are 20 different reductions for errors that the judges have guidelines for. Loss of flow, loss of direction, loss of rhythm between a jump, a weak landing, a long preparation. There are various different criteria for the jumps. The spins, there's a reductions for errors chart for the spins, the steps, and the choreographic sequences, and that all pertaining to the grades of executions. There are other deductions taken out by the referee, and that the likes of which we saw in the performance from Edward Vassy when there was a
delay,
interruption of the program. And then there are others like costume or prop violations, and there's a 1-point deduction for that. And judging panel, including the referee, by majority of votes, decide if that's going to be implied. There are time violations. And all of this can be found and can be sourced on the International Skating Union's various different communications. So there are 9 different occasions when a deduction would be applied by the referee or the...
So there's lots and lots of rules on this, and that's probably a lot of people would find surprising, and it's all available on isu.org. If you look under technical information, you'll find that. So.
And those really, they've been put in place because of experiences like that from Edward.
Yeah.
These have all come about because of situations and experiences. And sometimes, you know, a skater might have, say with Edward, it was obvious that his laces had come undone. There's been other occasions when we've seen things happen and it plays to the strength of the skater previously if there weren't deductions in place. I've seen occasions when maybe the referee was stopped because the lace was a little bit loose. Skaters had an interruption created by the referee for safety, and then they
gain some strength.
and they come back and they deliver a better skate. So
exactly.
all put in place.
Okay, let's stop that rabbit hole. Pretty good.
Okay,
though.
thank you for bringing me out of that. Next one from Susan Lang. I used to see a skater miss his combo and then try it again later in the short program. I no longer see that now. Is that a new rule, or is it a tactic not to try a combo later in the short program?
Well, the required jump element in this case is the loop of the short program. So you miss your jump combination, you're not going to combo the loop because then that required element is now not an individual element. So yeah, that is different now.
Maybe something that Susan
In
might have
seniors,
seen
you see
seniors.
it. In seniors, you see that because it's not required, element. But in the juniors, in this year, it is the loop that is required.
So maybe as we progress towards the senior Grand Prix, you'll see a skater miss the jump combination on the intended jump combo, but then put it into combination for later on in the program.
Not in the juniors, though. Yeah.
Oh gosh. Emergence Energy asks, how much say do the junior level skaters have regarding their music choice? Often I can instinctively tell when a skater is not enjoying their music. I feel they would identify and feel the choreography on a deeper level if they liked what they were skating to.
Yeah, it's a good question. There's so many different scenarios. It's sort of almost like a family question. Like, how much control does the child have in their decision to do their homework or not? You know, right?
To eat their greens or...
Yeah, sometimes the people will say, no, I'm going to do my homework. I want to get a good score, right? So in this case, the assessment between the athlete and the coach and the choreographer will look at, talk to the skater and say, is there a particular type of music that you want to skate to? They may have input. They say, well, I don't care. I'll just do what you tell me to do, but just teach me how to do it, right? And then some people say, no, I love this piece of music, which may not be appropriate for the skater, but they don't know that. They just like it. So it can be a sensitive topic, but as the skaters mature and understand what they do well, maybe not even like as much, but they do it well, then the coach and the choreographer and the skater probably tend to agree on this. But when they're younger in the juniors, probably more led by the coach and the choreographer.
And there are occasions when you see a skater choosing a piece of music that is obvious that they really, really do love and they resonate with, and it's maybe something that is maybe more age appropriate to them, not necessarily ideally suited to this world of skating, but...
Yeah, so he comes to the rink, he says, I want to skate to this, and it happens to be acid rock music, just really noise. And coach is going, well, let me think about that for a while, right? So it's like anything in life. As these young people grow up, they will start to develop their own individuality and likes and dislikes, and you have to negotiate so that they have some input and freedom with that. At the same time, you give them guidance. So it's a balance.
I've had occasions, Ted, where I think it's important for a skater to feel heard and respected, and so often I'll think, it's important they have their voice and they have their say. And then there are times when I've let that happen, think, why did I let them skate to that piece of music?
Then you go, So it's when you know it's really wrong because they're not ready for it yet, or you believe that, you have to get them to understand that or believe in it, not dictate it to them. It's a fine balance, as I said. So here we go on group number 4 in the men's free program.
The calling sound of the Canadian skater as we see the first skater after the warm-up, and this will be for a 15-year-old from Quebec, Anthony Paradis.
First junior Grand Prix for Anthony, the junior men's champion of Canada. He's coached by Yvan Desjardins. 12th after the short. Needs 113.66 to take the lead. Will skate the free. Sign of the Times by Harry Styles.
incredible backbend to finish, and wonderful to see a skater with such passion and emotional connection to the music. Anthony Paradis from Canada.
Well, wonderful freedom and openness of his movement throughout that program, and always accelerating. Every step, every push, every jump, every spin had acceleration to it. So there was a seamless flow throughout the program. And great slides into the change combination spin near the end of the program. It was a little risky, but he did it really well.
And testament to the skating skills that he has, and hopefully in the replay we'll see from the angle of the camera the amount of acceleration coming out of some of the jumping passes. And here, choreography by Benjamin Brizois, the Canadian ice dancer, evident from the start with subtle movement.
Yeah, it's not the most difficult technical performance that we will see here today. There's the triple Lutz opening, which is really nicely done, but the quality was more equal all the way through the program. There's the triple flip hand down and has to step out of that. That would be a reduction, and the GOE for sure, you would lose points. And there's the triple loop. And good look at the speed coming in. He's aggressive on that takeoff, carries the flow through both triple toe. Good save.
You'll
The
be
second one,
having doubled the first triple toe in this short program.
and did he do it? He did a double toe, double sow, I think, here as well.
Yeah.
See, so, but you really got a sense of a passionate performance, of which gives him freedom and the sensation that he loves. As we see the double axel, and look at that, Ina Bauer, great flexibility in the back. I think he does probably a wonderful layback spin as well.
That back Bielman at the end, that was just magnificent. Here again, back flexibility, and there's the slide.
Yeah.
And this was fabulous. And this was a skater who was meant to be in Yerevan, the event that was cancelled, so training plans affected a little bit in preparation for this event, and this man has had his preparations all season affected. He was the Canadian junior champion and then fractured his right ankle just after that.
Well, good for his coach, because it allowed Yerevan in the kiss and cry to go with both his skaters, right? So that kind of worked out. And they're anxiously waiting for the scores, as we see. Free program scores for Anthony Paradis from Canada, 118.05. That is second, with a total competition score of 176.24, and that would put Anthony currently overall into first place for the moment. Nice job.
I'm sure we'll get to see more wonderful performances and exciting talent for the future. Anthony Paradis. And it would take a home nation skater to top the audience sound from the Canadians. 16-year-old Jakob Lofek takes to the ice.
109.79, but he needs a 116 to take the lead, skating to Minnie the Moocher.
Now she had a dream about a king from Sweden. He gave her things that she was needing. Now we can home, go and see, and I'm God with black and blue.
Well, Mark, I find this really interesting because, and I don't know if this is right or not, but it looks like it is. Most skaters come out there with the priority, okay, I got to do my jumps, I got to get those points, okay, I'll do the odd spin, okay, I'll put my arm up here and try to connect with the music, whatever, blah, right? So that would be their priority list. But for this young man, his priority list was performance, and then number 2, okay, I'm going to concentrate, try to hit all my performance on the music, okay, and then priority number 3, whatever, the jumps and the spins, right? And I don't mean that in a bad way at all.
No.
I mean that in a good way. This young man was the very first skater that made his performance his passion and the number one thing he wanted to accomplish, which I think he did.
A victim of his performance success, though, like the opening movement you can see here, and this was all
so cool.
musical. It was so musical, and that kind of musicality that he had, as we see a very off-axis triple lutz, there will have been so much time spent on that. There has to have been so much time spent on that between he and his choreographer to tie down every movement to the music. As we look at another lutz.
And you can see here, technically, he's going, okay, this is the jumping part. I can just throw my body, and I'll get what I get, and that's fine. And then we'll move on to performance, right? So, and I don't say that critical at all because he's a good jumper, but his passion for performance.
All this.
Yeah, look at this stuff. This is great.
Spot on with the music. And, it was like he wanted to rush through some of the jumping passes to get back to the fun part.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's get rid of this, and then we'll move on, right?
And we'll remember Jakob because of the performance.
Yeah, totally. There he was going, okay, whatever. Let's get
it was like he was still in performance mode with the landing.
You just have to love this performance because, and then he does the best jump right at the end, really organized. Listen, young man, you are entertaining, and you've got a love and passion for the music and the performance, and don't ever give that up. Okay, maybe spend a little bit more,
maybe check out from the performance a little bit earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
When would we ever think we'd say that?
Yeah. No, what a great job. That was a lot of fun. Well, the free program scored for Jacob Lofak from Poland, 99.62. That's 7th in the free program. That's a result of the technical stuff, but put it all together and watch out for that score. 159.86. And Jacob is currently in 5th place overall for the moment. Nice job. Wonderful to watch.
Next to skate, representing Japan,
and the next to skate, 14-year-old Seijo Tauchi.
10th after the short program. Needs a 111 to take over first place as he will skate to the music of Moulin Rouge.
There was a boy, a very
Japan's 14-year-old Seigo Tauchi. And I really like the style of this skater.
The choreography by Kenji Miyamoto. You know, good choice of music because he's not a big personality on the ice, but the music was big and helped him appear to be bigger as he powered through this program. He's got lots of speed, of course, across the ice. And the jumps are good. They're not huge.
Yeah, and interestingly, the planned program content included quadruple toe loop. So there have been changes made for Seigo, perhaps on site, perhaps on location, as he continues to decide upon what's the best content for the optimal result here in this Junior Grand Prix.
Yeah, for where he's at the moment. That jump may be off kilter a little bit, and they say, okay, let's reassign the order to get you more comfortable. A nice double axel, good flow in the landing, good speed coming down the ice. And there's the triple Lutz back on the heel, but he barely hangs on to get that free leg back. Remember, I talked a lot about getting that free leg back. The fact that he did save that jump. There's the triple loop.
Nice. Again, good back outside edge in the landing position.
And then the triple Salchow as well. You want to turn the toe out, straighten the free leg, refine some of those positions as he enters the double axel triple toe loop combination. And the second triple Lutz, which was better, but there is no real landing position set, right?
Yeah, there could be. I think he has a range. You can see in this hybrid glide here has a range of movement, just not tapping into that for that last bit of refinement. And
yeah, he can do it. It's just not done yet. That's all. So sort of like, okay, that wall's not painted yet. Right? So he's built the house, but the wall's not painted.
And his coach, Yuka Mona, she taught Miki Ando and Rika Honga, former brilliant Japanese skaters. So he's in good hands. And I'm sure, as we've seen with others, knows what to be done moving forward.
Oh, yeah. It's just a matter of time. We have to get these young people time, and we'll watch them grow and enjoy that process. 114.64 for Seigo. That's fourth in the free program at this point, with a total competition score of 179.11. And that will put Seigo currently into first place overall at this stage of the competition.
Next to skate representing Israel,
And the next skater taking to the ice, Israel's Lev Vinokur.
Well, ninth after the short program, and 127.62 personal best, but that was back last year in Austria, 2021. We'll skate the free program right now to Yerevan, trailerized by Wall of Noise. It's so interesting to watch some of these young skaters because as I'm writing my notes during the program, I'm talking about the choreography. He did the choreography, but he didn't feel it. And then I changed at the end. I went, well, maybe he did at the end because I thought he really. Now, mind you, the program elements are gone at that point, and he just poured his soul into it. It was awesome. It was great. And in regards to his technique, he's good enough jump technique and strong enough to complete the jumps, which he did here. So that was really well done.
Yeah, interesting. I thought a little similar in many ways to what we saw from his compatriot when we watched Tamir Cooperman. There was a consistency, really impressive consistency, obviously more difficult to hear than his compatriot with the triple axel that we see now.
Yeah, that was a beauty right off the top.
Yeah, but then for me, the skating skills, not comparable. Triple flip just looked comfortable, so comfortable.
Yeah, and here, it was okay. It was good stuff, but not felt.
And here,
yet.
For me, the choppy, short strokes, not deep edges, which it's just the approach that he and his team have taken, because then you get a lovely, easy double axel with a rocker out of it that just looks effortless with the triple lutz too.
And they may have been working on it. He just didn't do it. Sort of like,
Yeah.
No, it's not to be critical at all because there's a lot to do.
It's amazing. And this is so good.
It is. It really is. But when you saw the passionate work in the choreography at the end of the program, you said, okay, he really does have it in him. And like, he really does. It's just a matter of learning how to put it all the way through the program. Look at this work in here. Great energy, great range of movement.
And I suppose we think of the Israeli skaters, Daniel Simon, Alexei Bychenko, who were successful in the senior ranks. I think Daniel Simon was junior world champion. Technically really good, and then it's just marrying the program components and the technical. It's a cozy kiss and cry.
Yeah, really nicely done, and you've got a very bright future because we saw flashes of brilliance and everything in the program, and as you work through it and train it a little bit more, yeah.
Both that coaching team have had real love from their students, both of their students in this event.
It's true. 111.36, and that puts Lev Vinokor of Israel into 5th place in the free program with a 175.95 total competition score, putting him in 3rd overall for the moment.
– 17-year-old William Annis in 8th place after the short program.
Yeah, 3rd Junior Grand Prix season, 2nd at Junior Nationals last year. He needs 113.28 to take the lead. 130.99 is personal best, so certainly very possible as he'll skate to your song.
The story is about the woman on the mountain is
Well, truly incredible skating skills. And I don't know how anybody could train on the ice with William Annis because he is so fast. It would be hard to stay out of his way. Unfortunately, not the skate he was hoping for.
You know, I've watched William over the past 3 seasons in the Junior Grand Prix and always amazed at the remarkable raw talent, power, and strength. He's like a thoroughbred horse that I don't know how to put you need to break down, not break, but you need to tame down, if you will, because it is extraordinary power and speed and flight that in our sport needs to be completely under control in order to maximize the points, right? So, but that aside, if this young man, when this young man puts this together on a consistent basis, absolutely watch out.
Yes, and I mean, for me, not having been as familiar with William skating, I imagine that if you've known of that epic talent and that gorgeous landing position on the triple toe there, and when you see then things like that, if you've seen that on a more regular basis, it would be frustrating. But for me, not being as familiar with the skating, I just see flow and knee action that is of almost top flight in the senior world championships.
Oh yeah, totally. He would fit into seniors fine because look at it. It's amazing. But to get it all under control is another level of I was going to say intellectual focus that has to be, because he has got so much power at his beck and call. Okay, I'm just going to throw this up there, and he can do it, right? But in order to have control on a day in and day out basis, you have to think differently. You have to back down from what's instinctive, which is just power, 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 and start to use simply timing. The power is going to be there automatically. It's already there. You don't need to look for it. You don't need to use it all. You just need to get control on it. Use it where you want it, where you most need it. And this is an incredibly talented skater. I love watching his skating, and I hope he puts it together because I know he wants it that badly. 114.39 for William, and that's 5th in the free program, with a total competition score of 180.23. That puts William currently into first place. Lots of fun to watch. Bright future. Keep searching your soul and searching how to make that work. It's all in your hands.
Next skate representing Slovakia, Adam Hagara.
The Slovakian Adam Hagara, the final skater in this penultimate group.
Yeah, 16 years old, 7th after the short program, 122.65. Personal best, earning that. The Andre Nippele Memorial Competition. Skating to Dream On by Aerosmith.
Adam Hagara from Slovakia, and there's a skater who has lots of experience, not just on the junior ranks, but also on the senior ranks as well. He competed at Worlds and Europeans, he's competed at the Olympic qualifying event, and you can really see that level of experience paving the way for a much more consistent performance than that which we've seen from some of the others.
Beautiful triple axel to start the program. And the interesting thing about Adam is that I think it's the same as many of the athletes, of course, and we just saw William as well. They're searching for consistency because they have all the ability, and when they skate well, they don't know quite why and how to repeat it, right? So what is consistency and how does it happen?
The elixir of a good competition result will be that. And for me, with Adam, you can see a little bit more of the experience being drawn upon. He had the mistake here in the second triple axel, but then didn't let that deter him. And if we were to do a little bit of a comparison between the last two skaters, if you could take the skating skills and the speed from William Annis and tap it into this more confident execution from Adam.
Yeah, and a little bit, he doesn't come up with the speed and power of William, but if you add a little bit of that with the control, but you know what, you can't. So we should stop theorizing here.
If you could just take a little bit from all these wonderful men and
exactly.
create a superhuman male skater.
Yeah.
And Adam was 7th at the Junior Grand Prix in Courchevel, the first of this series, so he'll have spent the last few weeks working hard for the rest of his busy season. We can expect and assume that Adam will be competing in some of the senior competitions as the season progresses as well.
And I've watched Adam over the years, and he's really continued to improve all the time, and hope that he will continue to find out how good he can be, you know, whether he's adding a little bit more speed or a little bit more performance or a little bit more extension and detail in the work, all that type of stuff. Being the best in the world is climbing Mount Everest by yourself. That's what it is.
10 times over.
Yeah, 10 times over, And not that I've ever climbed Mount Everest, but
well,
I'm assuming...
That's why we were world champions.
I'm assuming it's difficult. Right? Let's take a look at the scores for Adam. Season's best, 122.85 for Adam Hagara from Slovakia. That is first in the free program so far. The total competition score of 189.27. That is also overall in first place, and there are 6 skaters to come, guaranteed at least 7th or higher. We enter our last ice resurfacing of the men's event. And Movie Boy.
We can look now back to the interview with the winner, Amy Nakai, who was wonderful in the women's competition yesterday, and then on to Champéry for a look at the upright spin, and finally a look again at the speed skating documentary teaser.
So we're going to take a short break during the ice resurfacing. Enjoy the videos. We'll be back right after this. Here with the women's champion in Gdansk for the Baltic Cup, Emi Nakai from Japan. Absolutely a brilliant performance here. Congratulations. I wanted to ask Emi whether or not, when coming off the ice after that beautiful triple axel, wonderful performance, there was emotion in the kiss and cry. How did she feel about her performance tonight?
すごいいい演技の後、あとトリプルアクセルもすごい綺麗に決めて、でその後キス&クライで涙しながら喜んだけど、どういう気持ちですか？
海外の試合でトリプルアクセルをクリーンで降りれたのがすごい嬉しかったし、ノーミスの演技ができたのですごい良かったです。
She was so happy to run the triple axel, not the national competition, international competition, so clean. So she was relieved and happy.
Well, now you have won 2 of the Junior Grand Prix, and you will go to Torino for the Junior Grand Prix final. What is it that you feel that you could improve? What will you work on between now and then, and for the rest of the season?
これからファイナルに向けて、これから今からの期間で何か自分でやり遂げたいこと、何を目標に頑張っていくかとか、残りのシーズンに向けて
トリプルアクセルを2本構成でやることと、ショートフリー今回のようにノーミスの演技でできたらいいなって思います。
She wants to put the 2 triple axel in the free skating. Then she wants to do her best performance like she did today. So that's she wants to do.
It was absolutely brilliant and thrilling to watch. I just got chills in watching your performance. Congratulations on your second gold medal on the Junior Grand Prix and to qualify for the Junior Grand Prix final. We look forward to seeing you there. Thank you so much for your brilliant skating. The champion here in Gdansk at the Baltic Cup, Emi Nakai of Japan.
Hi everyone, my name is Yerevan and I'm coaching at the Center of Excellence in Chambéry, Switzerland. Today I will introduce you to the upright spin. In the spinning element we have 3 basic positions, the camel spin, the sit spin and the upright spin. The upright spin is one of the most important positions because it's a basic element and it will also help you to work on all your jumps for your rotation. Any position with the skating leg extended or slightly bent and is not a camel's position will be considered as an upright spin. For your upright spin, you have to be able to extend yourself as much as possible. If you do so, you will release some pressure on your blade and it will help you to turn faster. By doing this on your second foot, you will also work on your air position for all your jumps. So for all the basic position, you can have fun and do some difficult variation, as we say. So for the upright, we have the first one is when you bend forward and you keep your standing leg stretched. The second variation would be when you grab your foot and you go in front of you or on the side. The third difficult variation would be the Billman position. You know that the Billman position is named after Denise Billman, a Swiss skater. She was not the first one to perform it, but she improved the position and she showed it to the world. I hope you enjoy some input on the most important element in figure skating, the upright spin. Thank you so much for watching. Keep following our channels for other tips with the ISU Center of Excellence. Bye-bye!
We're all speed skaters and that's what we train to do, and when you're training for kind of nothing when you can't skate, then what's the point?
Mentally it's a bit hard when you can't do the things you want to.
Forget how many months or days we were in lockdown.
I know it was talked about, we might have a bubble, we might do this, didn't think too much of it.
It's also good to show the world that not everything is impossible in these times.
In my head I was thinking, oh my god, like I want to go home because I don't feel ready for this.
Na rozgrzewkę zapraszam kolejną grupę zawodników. The following skaters may now take the ice for a 6 minutes warm-up. From United States of America, Bex Kromer. From France, François Pitou. From Republic of Korea, Min Seo. From Japan, Rio Nakata. From United States of America,
The final group of men take to the ice.
from Japan,
Most likely these will be the men who find themselves on the podium, although Adam Hagara from Slovakia leads with a total score of 189.27, and he's hoping to continue moving up.
Mark, we were asked the question in that list of questions we haven't gotten through yet, but one of them was, what was the largest leap, if you will, in the standings of the men? Well, I think it was last week, from 16th after the short program to 2nd overall.
And that equal to the leap from Nathan Chen in the Pyeongchang Olympics in 2018 when he was 18th, I think, in the short program, finished 4th overall, but I think he was maybe 2nd in the free skate. In fact, I think he won the free skate, but that kind of leap from one program to the other isn't common.
Not common at all. I think we have an ice dance coach on the singles, the boards. Did we see an ice dance coach?
Angelique Abishkina. She is definitely, she's here supporting François Pitot.
And Angelia, I followed her, called her during the Junior Grand Prix many seasons with her partner
Louis Theron.
Louis Theron, exactly. Thank you, young mind. And and you can see the fashion. The one who's got the beret and the fur, just awesome. Looks terrific, of course. And she's loving the coach. I talked to her a little bit earlier, and she's really enjoying this challenge and behind the boards.
Yeah, so fun to see many returning to competition in a different capacity and passing on their knowledge and expertise to next generation.
Any more? Can we get through some more of those questions?
Yes.
We don't want to have any more disgruntled fans than we already have.
Yeah, let's keep the peace with those that are following us.
Yeah.
So, actually, we couldn't surely have done it. I think. Oh no! I think we may have done it, and with that in mind,
done what?
Got through the questions from.
Really?
Yeah, but with that in mind, though, we need to send out the request for more. Oh no! I tell I did.
Okay.
I just had to look a little
further
further up.
You Scottish people, are always
overexcited,
wearing kilts and telling lies.
Wearing kilts and telling lies. Surely a Scotsman.
Yeah.
So the question has come in on Instagram. From @BPictured, can you elaborate and explain a little more on the choreographic sequence? Sometimes it seems to be called by the technical specialist before it's over and given very confusing levels. How do they know when it starts and finishes?
That's a really interesting question. Sometimes it is difficult.
Because the choreographic sequence, which has been added this season for the juniors, is new, and the definition and the communications from the ISU say that a choreographic sequence consists of at least 2 different movements, like spirals, arabesques, spread eagles, inabars, and hydroblading. And it's saying steps and turns may be used, but what they're trying to get away from a little bit is a proximity to the step sequence which is required in the short program, and the choreographic sequence with the wording there, spirals, arabesques, spread eagles, and inabars, opportunity to see more sustained, prolonged position. And that just offering a different style in the transitional content. The reason it might be a little difficult to spot is because skaters that have really good composition and really good transitional movement within their free skate may be using those kind of pieces of movement within other transitions, not just a choreographic element. The reason it comes up so quickly is as soon as you've seen, when you've seen 2 together, then that can be defined as a choreographic sequence.
Exactly. And that was actually the answer, the short answer.
Yeah. Me? Give a short answer?
Yeah, well, no.
Stranger things. What you may see in regards to the question about different levels, the level will be the same for all those that perform a choreographic sequence at level 1.
Yeah, just a level 1. It's the same thing in ice dance, the choreographic steps or the choreographic spiraling move or whatever. Always the level 1, and then the GOE defines the quality.
The base value in the free skating for the choreo sequence is 3 points, but what you might see is quite a big variation and discrepancy in the grade of execution, and often, although there are lots of criteria, that's dependent upon the skater's ability to be musical within their choreo sequence.
So hopefully all of that answers your question.
And if it doesn't, I can still keep rabbiting on.
There we have the ice answer.
The cameraman's found her.
Angelique. Amongst the men that, just come out of the fields, right?
You could spot an ice dancer.
Exactly. Okay, any other questions?
No,
quick ones? No? Oh, but, okay.
Send them to us. Send them to us. We have the ice dance event to come after the men's free skate, and we would love to hear any questions that you may have. Send them in.
Whatever we don't answer this week, we have one more in Egna, and we will continue our discussions and answers through that week as well. So you're going to miss this, aren't you?
Oh, my goodness, I will. It seems like light years since we started in Courchevel in France at the beginning of the Junior Grand Prix Series, and it just seems like this is the only life I know now, being on the Junior Grand Prix Series.
But it's pretty special, and it's great. Well, it's been great to have you on board, that's for sure, and it's been a thrill. And as I said before, I feel really fortunate. Not that I had to do anything to do with it, but I feel fortunate for the Junior Grand Prix that you've joined us, and that you're going to bring, a nice contributions to the development of these young athletes, to the discussions with the coaches, to the safety of this environment, to the promotion of the sport, and that's so important. And if you didn't do that, I would say, no, I have not that I have anything to do with that. I would just say, darn. No, okay. Let's get going in the final group. This is going to be some great skating. Here we go.
So currently, it's an American skater who is in second place. Next to skate will be the second of three competitors from the States. And this will be 17-year-old Beck Stromer.
In the first Junior Grand Prix event, of course, 6 after the short program. Doesn't have a best score this season, but he needs a 121.36 to take the lead. Skating to the wonderful music of Eleanor Rigby.
fantastic choreography sequence and gorgeous finish position for Beckstromer.
That composition of the music was absolutely incredible. I'm just getting chills listening to that. Just huge music, powerful and pure, and it requires attention to detail throughout the program. And I look up at the choreography and see always with the Americans, there's really good programs. Drew Meekins is there as well, and he does such wonderful work. I'm not sure that this young man yet completely connects with it. Not that he can't. He will, absolutely. Later in the season, I think you'll see a completely different program because he will have settled into, okay, I got to do the jumps, I got to do the... But the music is massive. It's just so big.
As was that triple toe combination. And
absolutely.
I mean, that was wonderful grade of execution. Had that been the case for every jump, I think then...
He would have connected more. Yeah, that's a good point.
It's so hard to maintain energy levels and performance level when you've had the mistakes like this flip. The flip was not his friend today. 2 falls on the flip. It's such a good jump. I've seen it in practice. It's glorious when it's done well.
Well, he's a wonderful skater, and I think this piece is perfect for him, and he's got wonderful jump technique. But you're right. I think once those mistakes started to happen, he started to get a little bit focused on, okay, I got to make sure I don't make too many mistakes here. So I wouldn't say he gave up the program, but he just didn't pay the same amount of attention that I think he will later in the season.
Tightening up a little bit, but what a very well-rounded skater, and that's similar to what we saw from Luca Broussard last week, also from the States. Gorgeous skating, great jump technique, good spinning. Just unfortunate for Beck, it wasn't the clean skate that he aspired to.
Yeah, in the kiss and cry with Victor Pfeiffer, from a former Austrian champion, of course, you can see...
hiding.
Yeah, he's hiding. He's just going, I don't want to see these scores. But Rebecca Stromer of the United States, really a wonderful, wonderful skater. 114 points. That's 7th in the free program with a 181.92. And when it all gets put together, this will be bone-chilling performance program. Still construction work to do to get to that point.
Our next competitor was the winner of the short program last week. The pressure of maintaining that lead caused him to have a difficult free skate.
He had a challenge in the little bit of a challenge in the short program here. Let's see what happens in the free 125.25 personal best back in 2021 in Ljubljana Cup. And Francois will skate the free program right now to Romeo and Juliet, a version.
fatal lines of these two foes. Parents are crossing those. Take their life.
Oh, well, your heart really goes out to Francois Pitot.
I don't know when and I don't know where, but I would really like to be in the rink when this young man does a free program that he's capable of all the way through, because he is a very special skater.
Mhm.
Wonderful, wonderful qualities. We saw that in the short program last week, and we know he has it in him, but he's still searching and looking for how to deliver in every aspect what he's capable of. And we clearly see it, but it's always elusive. We've talked about how elusive clean programs are, particularly when you have the skill and you're a junior and you think, okay, I got this, and then you don't have this. Then you say, I don't have this, and you get it. It's all over the place.
And it seemed in this performance that although he made mistakes early in the program, that he maintained more focus. He seemed to be more in the performance. There you see the opening triple axel, just double three turns between that and the double axel. And then the second jumping pass, bad fall in the triple axel, but late in the program he maintained composure that he lost last week. Just that spin, that horrible fall.
His quickness in the takeoff and the rotation. Watch how quick he's off the ice and how quick he rotates so fast is such an asset, and that's going to serve him extremely well as he moves up into senior. He has that for quads, and so, but it's just getting control, and that was a really hard fall.
And he got up to try and complete the element with the purpose of filling time, but has no value for this. And I felt that was really sad. I was so kind of impressed and proud that he'd managed to maintain his composure when he'd kind of fallen apart last week. But that fall, there's not a lot you can do after that.
And the strategy with coaching this young skater coming up is how do you talk about what's happened and take out, okay, what do we need to change here? Not from a technique perspective, just psychologically, how they approach it. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Francois Pitot from France, 119.29. That's third in the free program. The total competition score, 190.62. Very talented skaters. Yeah, he says, what would it have been? He's in first place right now had he not made those mistakes. That's okay. You want to find it. You will at some point, but it might be somewhere you didn't expect.
So our next competitor, another performer who's brilliant in his short program in the previous Junior Grand Prix, and had mistakes in the free skate. We wish him all the best for Min Kyu-seo.
135.20 personal best in Ostrava, skating the free program to Cinema Paradiso by Ennio Morricone.
Well, if you look at the top left-hand corner of the screen, those green boxes indicate positive grades of execution from the judges in all now of the 11 elements for young Min-kyu Seo from Korea.
Wow. So big for someone so little.
Yes. And he won the short program in Ostrava, had a huge short program score of over 74 points, and then kind of fell apart a little bit in the free skate, and comes back here with a delivery that had nothing but abject expectation of a clean skate.
Yeah, he's very quick, again, off the takeoff and in the air, and very balanced. You didn't really see any leaning on any of these jumps at all. You can see him nice and straight in the air, so the landing was set up for him to be very successful. Carries good flow on the landing edge.
It took quite a lot of the transition, just to acknowledge that the speed is impressive. Not difficult transition, but epic speed. Change of edge there on the loops, but otherwise okay.
Yeah, he at this stage of his development is reducing or eliminating, in large part, the transitions and taking the speed and the flow to help them through the technical part of the program. And that's fine. That's a good strategy at this point. And certainly as you see this young man in senior, you'll see a different type of skater, of course.
Lovely. You can just see the tracing on the ice of that back outside edge.
Just beautiful.
And there, I'd love to see a difference in the kiss and cry. When you've seen a skater have a tough time and had to watch them endure the waiting game for their scores, knowing it wasn't their personal best, just lovely now to see smiley faces.
Yeah, well, he's sitting up straight going, okay, let's wait for the marks.
Bring it on, bring it on.
Yeah.
What you got for me? I did my job.
Yeah, exactly.
Good to see that the judges appear to be showcasing the speed and the power and the flow with high skating skills.
The skating skills are the highest of the three components, which is accurate in my mind. Yeah.
And interesting to acknowledge that last week's winner was another winner who didn't use triple axel or quad. And now the way that the program component scores are factored, it seems to be really playing into the hands of those that do have sentimentality towards good skating skills.
Well, a full package.
You
got to deliver the technical as well, because otherwise those PC scores can't be that high if you're making mistakes. So, yeah.
Yeah, because I think for me, I think it was William Annis, he had amazing skating skills, but unfortunately unable to deliver on this occasion.
Free program score for Min-kyu, 134.31. That's first in the free program. Total competition score, 206.67. That'll put Min-kyu Seo from Korea currently into first place overall. And there's a look at your top 5 skaters so far, with 3 to come.
Next to skate, representing Japan,
Ryo Nakata, taught by Makoto Nakata, the 14-year-old.
Yeah, third after the short. He's going to need a 130.53 to take the lead. He has a 131 personal best. Skating to blunt instrument, Readings on the wall, James Bond theme.
This is his first season to compete in the junior category, and he says his dream is of gold at the 2030 Olympics. Rio Nakata.
Well, you can see Rio's disappointment. He was so anxious, and this happens a lot. We've talked about the inconsistency of the men, not their skill, because the skill clearly is there, but the inconsistency, and he was just very anxious, on adrenaline, wanting to do it, and rushing the timing on a number of those jumps, and they became costly errors. We might see Minku Seo from Korea move up. We'll see on the scores. This is a wonderful skater, full of energy, power and speed across the ice.
And it's possible, having had a silver medal at the Riga Cup, that as we see the popped triple axel from Rio, that Rio was desperate for another medal to be in contention of getting a place in the Junior Grand Prix final. The triple toe was okay, but this pop on the intended triple lutz could be another very costly factor in his performance.
Yeah, and I think also you had mentioned this earlier on in the Junior Grand Prix, that I don't know about the pressure, the expectation of each one of these Japanese skaters, the pride that they have in their own country for their skill that they demonstrate to the world. They all want to be at that level. They all want to be, at the top, so they feel part of the team in a special way. And I'm not sure you call it pressure, expectation, but I think you can see that in Rio.
A different perspective. In Rio, it says that he respects Shoma Uno and Yuma Kagiyama, the gold and silver medals from the Senior World Championship. So his perspective is of compatriots winning world titles.
Yes,
so.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Rio Nakata of Japan. 124.26. That's second in the free program. The total competition score, and this is the important one. Yes, he's in second now, 200.41. And should the next two skaters maintain a relatively good level, Rio will not be on the podium. Minku Seo of Korea overtakes him. Wow, that's a development.
So pressure mounts as we look to the last two skaters, cheered on by his American teammates. 17-year-old Robert Yampolsky.
Yeah, can they keep it together? 131.62 personal best. He needs a 121.29. And he'll skate to Ages of Heroes by Havasi. Well, in this program, I found, this is going to sound funny, I found this young man more hungry.
Yes.
You know, all the skaters are hungry, but are you hungry enough to go and find the food and take it?
And channel it.
This young man was hungry for this medal. Might be gold, might be silver, we don't know. But he was not going to let it go. Where the other ones were a little bit more fearful and, they kind of wanted it, but they hoped they got it. You can't hope your way to a win.
No, he's chased it.
You got to hunt your way to a win. Yeah, that was great.
And total props and respect to Robert Yapolsky and his coach, Anton Nemenko, who we saw with two of his students at the last Junior Grand Prix. And it was a great skate in the free skate at his last event, but Robert struggled in the short program. I remember seeing him visibly so disappointed, and he's, as you say, channeled that gorgeous triple axel.
We talked about this in the short program. He's a secure jumper. I mean, I think there are jumpers that are a little bit more streamlined and refined at this moment, but this is a very consistent jumper. That technique is so solid and so consistent. I never feel worried when he's going into a jump. So he might step out of something, but basically it's not on a big lean or slipping off anything. It's really solid here. Double axel and the spread eagle.
Interesting is you see that double axel, there's not the gloriously aesthetic and beautiful positioning on the landing position, but he has his own style, very athletic and exciting and a little edgier.
Yeah, it is, and it's it's going to get refined. It's going to continue to be worked on, but he's a very secure, consistent skater, and he was a very hungry one today. But I think he is now full.
Yeah,
because he's
had
a good meal. He's skating really well. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Robert Yapolsky of the United States. Season's best, 145.67. He's going, okay, that's good, that's good. Of course, that's first in the free program. One skater to come, 223.06. This is guaranteed the silver medal for Robert. Will it change colors after the next skater? We'll find out.
Please welcome our final competitor from Japan,
the winner of the short program, 18-year-old Takeru Amine Katais.
And there was the Japanese team cheering their skater on. A colleague, first after the short program, 18 years old. Will skate the final performance to introduction of Rondo Capriccio. I think you liked that, didn't you?
What a brilliant way to end the men's free skate. Heaps of pressure mounted upon Takeru Aminikatais from Japan following the brilliant skate of Robert Jampolsky, but he rose to that pressure.
And you know what I noticed about this program, what stood out for me, which didn't stand out for really any of the other men, was the quality of this young man's landings. He had a couple that were shaky or whatever, but when he was on, the soft knee bend and the riding, this almost acceleration on the landing edge, the quality was just unbelievable. We've often talked about some of the men having really good jump technique and rotational technique, but having challenges on the landing. Not this young man. Even when he makes a mistake, it's still pretty good. Here's the triple axel. Watch the landing. Look at the speed and flow. Just beautiful.
He'd done one triple axel pressure, then to get the other. And delivered. And as we see him step up into the triple loop, Ted, conscious that, as we discussed yesterday in the short program, this is a competitor who has been at Japanese junior nationals multiple years, and yet this now, choosing to stay in the junior ranks one more year, as a university student now. That's the only mistake, really. Double axel, triple toe, struggling to hold on to that. University student chose to stay in juniors, and just a wise choice. This is his moment to shine, and I assume now win a junior Grand Prix title thanks to that brilliant skate here.
Well, he's rich with program components.
Yes.
He really is. He's a really good jumper as well, no question. We talked about that, the beautiful quality, GOE, quality landings, there's no question. Plus, he has this great extension and feel for the music that just completely connects the phrasing of the music with the phrasing of the movement, which is exactly what you want. Let's take a look at the scores for Takeru. 155.18, that's first in the free program, of course. He'll take the gold medal with a total competition score of 234.24. You are looking at the champion in the men's event here in Gdansk. The last stop on the Junior Grand Prix. And there we see the top 5 skaters in this event. We'll see the complete field, the standings in just a few moments. Again, we talked a little bit off the top about the inconsistency and the unpredictability. We saw lots of different things happen in this event, Mark.
Yeah, what a fantastic event. And now titles won in the single skating for men and women by Japanese skaters, and some real good quality right down the field. And brilliant to see so many close competitors and so many learning opportunities as we look to the later stages.
Well, up next is the free dance in just about 30 minutes. So we're going to step aside now while the ice gets resurfaced and everything gets prepared for the free dance. So for all of us here at the ISU, I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Hanratty. Thank you for watching. We'll be back with the free dance in just a little while.